What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream today. We are playing Fire Crows with crow storms, storm crows being turned into fire by using the Rise and Brace body armor. We're doing pretty fine in terms of gear. We've got most of the gear pieces we want, even with some legendary stats on them. We slammed some beautiful cleave resolution axes yesterday with 1 LP. Perfect tier 7 minion spell flat damage. We don't have any LP on Rise and Brace yet. That's what we're after now. We're farming the Formosus boss timeline to get the unique body armor dropping. So maybe we can get some LP on them. We're also going for a new helmet here. We want some LP on that one as well, so that we can substitute the void resistance, because we're very overcapped in that department. So we're gonna slam some tier 7 strength onto this helmet whenever we can. Yesterday, I slammed a perfectly rolled tier 7 health and added health regen onto our perfectly rolled phantom grip ring, so this will do its job in some time, I think. And we're going for another ring here with the same stats, which will be awesome. And we also got a belt yesterday with double exalted stats at tier 7-1, increased cooldown recovery speed. That's awesome for this build because we reduced the cooldown of Crow Storm and Frenzy Totem. So here you can see we got 4.8 seconds. If I remove the belt, then we got 6.2 seconds. So that's 1.5 second reduced. And Crow Storm is the most important skill to use for this build, so we need the cooldown reduction there. Nice to see you, Cam. Yeah, I slammed the ring yesterday after the stream. I did use a Rune of Havoc or two to get this the tier 7 stat onto the health and added health region, but eventually I got it, and then I used the Rune of Refinement, and I was lucky to get it to a perfect roll, so we slammed that one. That's pretty awesome. So the plan up next is basically to farm Rise and Brace with LP. We've made some changes to our Weaver tree. We are not blocking glyphs and gold anymore, or runes. So previously we only had the experience tome rewards not blocking to basically farm as much XP as we want. We're level 96 now. I'm not too worried about XP anymore. We're going to increase corruption after a while too, to increase it even more. So what we've done now is to imprint Rise and Brace. That one we did already. And then we've gone down here, gone for the 2 Weaver imprint slots. And we've also imprinted Rise and Brace here to get it on Echo reward completion when we get the rewards there, so it can trigger from that as well. And for now, we've imprinted the unclaimed trove woven echoes. So I know the imprint nodes obviously have been nerfed majorly for Season 4, but we're gonna test out how the unclaimed trove farming is still. So why we want this woven echo imprint is because it contains a lot of lost caches throughout the entire echo, so that we can trigger this one. So this will trigger when we open lost caches, and at the moment Rise and Brace is our highest priority to get, because we want at least 1 LP to get the +4 skill levels to summon storm crows, plus the increased minion damage. And we got one waiting in our stash here. Probably gonna use a Rune of Refinement on it to try to bump it up a little bit for the minion damage. And I might even consider using this for 2 LP slam, to be honest, because if we could get a tier 5 strength and a tier 5 or a tier 5 increased health regeneration, that's the second prioritized stats for when you get more LP. So We have to evaluate what to do there, if we're going to use it for a 1 LP slam or if we're going to wait. And once we get more flat health regen on our ring here, then we might consider substituting this one for the Vessel of Strife relic, which we can farm from Julra in the tier 4 Temporal Sanctum dungeon. And that will give us a portion of our health regen as ward per second, which will be an important survivability mechanic for this build. So right now we have 309 health regen. When we get some flat health regen here, obviously it's going to go up. And if we manage to get some 2 LP with some increased health regen or something like that, then it will also go up. And for the relic, we'll also go for this affix if we get legendary potential. So hopefully we can crank it up to at least around 500 health regen. That shouldn't be too far away to get. So, and then we can capitalize on the Vessel of Strife relic. So that's the plan. So right now, I've made a huge chain here of woven echoes. So the plan is to just work through them. I hope we're not going to get killed in any of them. We're at 334 corruption at the moment. All of these echoes will give us Weaver Tree points, so that we can crank up our Weaver Tree even more. So our priority now is to do this node to block glyph rewards, to block gold rewards, to block XP rewards, and then we're just left with the rune rewards. Because now we're actually farming runes. So primarily Runes of Havoc is our top priority, and also Runes of Redemption. Why? Well, because we're going to get a lot of tier 7 drops from our Circle of Fortune prophecies. And we cannot expect them to drop with tier 7 stats that we want all the time. If so, we're very lucky. So we will rely on using Runes of Havoc to try to force the tier 7 stat onto the stat we want for slamming onto our uniques. So that's why runes are now top priority. And then we're going to go for the double reward chance, because we're going to try to do a lot of rune echo rewards, and we need the double reward chance, and then the piles of rune chance. And also, if we dare, we are going down here to get additional runes drops from rare enemies, but they will be permanently enraged. So that's the plan. Too long didn't read. We're going for the Rise Embrace body armor to get LP, and we're farming runes. We do have some one-handed axe exalted prophecies in the bank. We want them to drop because we do have 2 LP cleaver solutions waiting in our stash. And we're also going for Rift Beasts to try to get a helmet with LP on it. So we're just going to work our way throughout the Woven Echoes here. That's the plan. So let's hope it's not too strong for us. So the first one up is Trove here. So we're going to open all of these lost caches, see if we can get any imprints dropping with Riot's Embrace. And now we're actually testing the new imprint drop rate that was massively nerfed for Season 4. And to be honest, I'm not too annoyed at the imprint nerf, because I think it was probably a little bit too easy to farm gear that way. And everyone was just running these maps to open lost caches, and that was like more or less the only farm strategy that was viable to get double or even triple exalted gear. So maybe now we see some changes in those mechanics where potentially corruption will play a huge role. Maybe the Nemesis system will play even a more important role as well. So maybe running Conquered Towers will be good. But here you can see the imprint Still works just fine. So we got 2 Rise and Brace drops. This is basically the first trove we're running, and we already got 2 Rise and Brace body armors dropping. This one has a 2.77% chance to drop from a Rune of Ascendance. So we would have spent enormous amounts of Runes of Ascendance to even get these 2 body armors. And now we're like 2 minutes in, and we already got 2 drops from the imprint node over here. So that kind of indicates that the imprint system did actually justify a nerf. But obviously there are more detailed aspects to that, but we're happy running unclaimed troves at the moment. Hopefully we can get even more Rise and Brace body armors, and the ones without LP will obviously run through the Nemesis system. And let's see how many we can get with LP. Maybe in the future we can also run Farsight Turtle, Woven Echoes to try to increase the LP as well, if we get a lot of 1 LP ones. There's one down here. Morning, Fearless. How are you today? I hope you managed to get your passive points back to the way you want them to be. I did reply to you in the comment you sent me. I hope that was understandable. If not, then let me know and I'll try to elaborate. So right now we're just running Unclaimed Trove. This is the final Lost Cache. We have implemented Rise and Brace in the imprint node for Lost Caches. And we already got 2 Rise and Brace dropping from this map already, which we're very happy with. If that was just a major luck, I don't know. But so far the imprints are working. And we also got 2 ones here. So obviously this imprint node is also working just fine. And it would have taken us possibly hours or hundreds of Runes of Ascendance to get these 4 ones dropping, which we now got in 5 minutes. So far, the imprint system is doing its job for us. No complaints there. Maybe they forgot to actually implement the imprint nerf. But we're not complaining. So we're gonna run these through the Nemesis system. Hopefully get some LP LP on there. Let's check the chance here. It's 1 in 5 for 1 LP, 1 in 74 for 2 LP. So at least we should be able to get some 1 LPs on these. At least a few of them. So we're just going to continue on our chain for Weaver 3 points. And right now we're going to block glyphs, and then we're going to block gold, and then we're going to double our chance. Actually, we might even just go for the double chance first, now that I think of it. Yeah, we're gonna do that one first. Because we have all of these woven echoes we're gonna play anyway, so they won't spawn with other rewards. So we don't need to block the rewards just yet. Yes, very good point there, Cam. If we get LP for Rise and Brace, then we're gonna imprint the LP ones. For sure. But it's very nice that you guys remind me of stuff like that, because I sometimes forget that kind of stuff. Especially when doing the stream.
Fancy a deal. Fantastic work. Formosus will clap. Fantastic work.
Fantastic work.
Delight when I give him my report.
So let's see. We might just buy a one-handed axe.
Care to let me see your
And some rings.
nice one.
This one is actually very nice. Walder's Chalice for bleed builds. And it's quite rare as well, so... So let's see here. Maybe we'll do some gloves. Yeah, we'll do some gloves.
Nice one.
All right. Got another Weaver Tree point. Hey, Scard. Nice to see you. I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. How are you today? We just got 4 Rise and Brace body armors dropping from imprints in 5 minutes, so that's awesome. I don't think the imprint nerf is doing its job at the moment, but I'm not complaining. And we're going to run them through the Nemesis system to get LP, and also we're going to do this woven echo chain all the way up here to get 1 Weaver Tree point for all of these, just to juice up our Weaver Tree. And you guys gotta remind me that I have to buy a prophecy soon, because we have a very juicy one-handed axe prophecy waiting for us to buy. We needed 9k favor to buy it, so now we have what we need. So please remind me about that if I forget it. So actually here we're farming the Brewmaster to get the Brewmaster buckle, which is actually on the aspirational build planner for this build, but only if you can get 2 LP for it. And also, ideally, only if you get the corrupted affix on boots, where you can cleanse and evade, because we do need a source of cleanse for this build because we don't have it elsewhere. So up until that, we're going to use Exalted belts. And for this belt, we would prefer to trade the increased poison damage with cleanse and potion use, so that we can cleanse ailments on us whenever we use potion. But there was not enough foraging potential left to get that one on. But that's at least what we want. So so a 3 LP Soulfire, that's nice. So just make sure that you are aiming for having a source of cleanse, because we don't have it through any of our skills. So you want that on your belt, so go for an Exalted belt, and then for the aspirational build, we're gonna go for the corrupted stat on our boots, where we can cleanse and evade. Hey Roland Schmidt, what do you think is better, storm or fire? I think I don't have an opinion on that yet, to be honest. So for the fire build, they are converted to fire, obviously. The Spriggan is boosted a lot. It gets... when we have the final crow, which we'll get soon, I hope, when we bump up our strength, we will have 6 fire crows, and then the Spriggan will get 60% more multiplicative damage and 1 additional projectile for its Torn Volley skill, which is the skill it uses all the time. So the Spriggan is majorly buffed. Obviously, we only have 1 of them, so it doesn't make that much of a difference, but still. I also really like the health gain on companion hit. That's a huge defensive layer for this build, because it's basically a source of leech, because they have a lot of increased cast speed, and they bombard enemies with their projectiles all the time. So that's a huge defensive layer, I think, and also the massive increased health, which can even get up to 44, I think. Yeah. So we actually have a high roll here. We can get it up to 44 as well. So I think those stats are awesome. You also get a little bit more damage here as well. You get a lot of increased minion damage. The only thing you're losing with the fire one is that shock is converted to ignite. And shock is a pretty good ailment, at least for crit builds, where it reduces the lightning resistance of enemies and also increases their chance to be stunned. But obviously we do get it converted to ignite. We do get some nice ignite chance here as well. So we stack up to, like, for bosses, we stack up to over 200 ignite stacks. So that obviously does some damage as well. So I'm not really decided on what is best. I think it's definitely pros and cons with both the versions. But actually now I'm kind of leaning towards the fire version, simply because the Rise Embrace body armor got some really juicy defensive stats here as well. Like the health gain of companion hit is awesome. And we can even crank it up to 24, so we can even get 8 more health on companion hit. So even that will just boost our survivability even further. So right now, I'm really enjoying the fire version. The only thing that would be really awesome if we had fire resistance shred as well. But the only way we can get fire resistance shred for this build, the way I see it, at least a viable way, is to simply replace this blessing with a 50% chance to shred enemy fire resistance. But obviously that's not from the minion attacks, that's from our attacks. So that would be us shredding the fire resistance, but I'm not sure if substituting up to 100% increased minion damage is worth us shredding enemy fire resistance on hit. That's definitely something I will try out, but I don't have high hopes for it. But if we had that fire resistant shred as well, then this build would just be kind of OP, I think. So we're trying to get to the boss here. Just to complete the echo is the main objective here. We need to find the portal. Is it this one, or did we get... No, it's not that one. So we're gonna get the... 1 second, I hear an enemy coming. So we're gonna get the final crow through this threshold bonus node. So if we have at least 100 combined strength and dexterity, we will get a final companion. We don't have that yet, so it's not triggering at the moment, but we're going to stack a lot of more strength than we have already. So right now we have a combined strength and dexterity of 79. So then we need 21 more strength to get the final crow. Because then we have a combined strength and dexterity of 100. And we will get there. But now I'm kind of lost. I think we're going in here, aren't we? Yes. And you see there, if you look at our health bar, when we lose health, it almost seemed like we got a lot of health leech going. But we really don't. That's the companion on hit, health and companion hit that triggers. That's my previous point there about the stat on the Rise Embrace body armor with health and companion hit is just a huge defensive layer. Because we don't really do enough damage to get any major effect from health leech. So getting that health and companion hit is just, in my opinion, a game changer for the survivability. And we bump up the minion cast speed quite a lot for this build from several sources, so they do hit very frequently as well. We didn't get a Brewmaster buckle. Let's check if it's in the loot filter. Yeah, it is. That's good, so I don't have to update the loot filters again. Vessel of Strife, yeah, that's a very good relic once you have enough health regen. So we're going to do the final point here as well, just to have a 20% chance for double echo rewards. And now we're actually looking for a nemesis as well. Oh, we're going to do these two for sure before we proceed with the woven echo string here. So these are actually what we're really after for the echo rewards, because Raya's Embrace can drop for them. That's unique body armor rewards. So that's awesome. In terms of other builds, I won't comment on that one because I don't have any insights into that, so it would be wrong of me to speculate. Remember, the most important thing is to have fun. So play the build you're having most fun with. Not going to do Omen Windows until we've completed the Echo rewards, because we're not going to lose out on Raya's Embrace. And if we get the poison enemies in the Omen windows, then we're basically screwed, because we don't have any sources of cleanse, and our leech is not so good that we can sustain like 20 poison stacks. And our poison resistance is not that great either. So that's why we're doing Omen windows when we have completed the Echo objective. Let's see where we're going. We're gonna go up and do the Omen window. We need the bonus stability anyway to get as many body armors as possible. And then we're gonna head down and do the tombs, because we do want to enchant this one as well to get the minion flat spell damage and minion increased cast speed as the Weaver enchanted affix like we do have on this one. So this one is pretty neat. Obviously we could have gotten a higher roll there, but still this is exactly what we're after. And we're also after the Idol Altar increasing the effect of the Weaver affixes to get even more spell damage and minion increased cast speed. Let's see what we got here. Lunar Altar. So this is extremely awesome. This is a huge drop for us. I mean, this is almost even a perfect drop, like in terms of affixes. We don't need the 2 ward per second per equipped heretical idol. That doesn't do anything for us, but the other ones are huge. And the corrupted stat is actually the best one because that's our main priority to get the effect of Weaver enchantment affixes. To get even more minion flat spell damage and cast speed. So that was an upgrade. Gonna equip that one. So now we will get much more effect on the Weaver affixes for these idols. Obviously this one doesn't do anything. We're gonna re-enchant that one to get war per second on these two. And then this one is awesome. So that's great. That's a huge boost for us. And we're going to go down and do the tombs to try to enchant the other huge idol we have in our inventory so that we can possibly get even more minion spell damage and cast speed. Gonna save those. So this one is pretty nice as well. But we do have those minor Weaver idols pretty set already. We do have all 3 of them, I think, with the flat armor, increased armor, and even some health and health regen on there, so it will take a while to get upgrades for those. And this one is also nice. It was a bit low roll on the element resistance. Gonna be a little bit careful here. A possessed champion can be a bit scary.
Your threat has been spun. My work is incomplete.
So now we're gonna try to enchant this one to get the minion flat spell damage. We didn't this time. So now, hopefully we can get some Rise and Brace body armors from the Echo rewards. Let's see here. Not this time.
Yes.
Then we're gonna do this one up next for similar rewards, and then we're gonna do the Woven Echo. I'm not gonna say Echo Chain because it's not an Echo Chain, but it's a self-made Echo Chain to get Weaver Tree points.
This moment will shatter.
Oh no. Didn't mean for that to happen. Let's hope it's not poison. Looks like we can die from Void as well. All right. We're actually in a much better place than I thought we would be at this current stage. I think we could handle higher corruption as well, possibly at least 500, I think, without any problems. And we got an imprint dropping there, a cleaver solution. One LP. We haven't imprinted any exalted items currently, so don't know what you mean about the exalt. I mean, yeah, they've nerfed the chance for them to drop with several exalts. So we haven't really noticed that. Currently we're just farming uniques. But when we do get an awesome one-handed exalted axe, then we're gonna switch out our cleaver solution imprint with that one. Because we do have 2 LP cleaver solutions waiting in our stash, so that's not the highest priority, but we need... I should have imprinted the exalted axes that I slammed onto here, but I forgot to do it, so I have to remember next time we get an awesome exalted one-handed axe. And then we'll know more if the exalted imprints have been... I mean, we know they have been nerfs, but if we actually notice it. So this is the helmet we're after. We need less than 1k ancient bones. Hopefully we'll get that on this run, and then we do need those horns. So guess we can buy this one to possibly get some, or even just buy these. But at least that's what we're after, the horns. And hopefully we can get a 1 LP helmet soon. We have run a couple of those helmets through the Nemesis system, and both times, or all of the times, I can't recall, we got legendary stats instead of LP stats, and This is the best one we've gotten so far with the void resistance, but our void resistance is massively overcapped, so we don't really need that at all. So hopefully we can get 1 LP on our helmet, and then we're gonna slam a tier 7 strength onto there. Not any horns this time. So we actually got 3k ancient bones there. Then we just need the horns. And there's 2 champions over here. So we gotta be a little careful. Awesome. So that's that. Possibly some Rise Embrace dropping again. Yep. We got one. No, we didn't get one. That's the Mantle of the Palox. So that's actually the body armor that we're... Actually, not we're going to use, but if you play the Lightning version, then this is the proposed body armor to use. And we got the B set. We are farming the B set because we might do a build for that sometime.
Take care.
All right, now we're going up here again to play our Woven Echoes to get Weaver points. And we haven't encountered the Nemesis for ages now, so hopefully we can see one again soon. Because we want to run through all of our Rise Embrace body armors as fast as possible. Hopefully we can get some LP on there to slam our tier 7 Stormcrow skill points affix onto there. Rune of Creation. Is that the first one of the season? Yep. I think that's the rarest rune of them all. Followed by the Rune of Havoc. We can imprint Conquer Tower in our Weaver imprint slots for sure. But for now, we are imprinting the Unclaimed Troves to... And I am dying to imprint the Unclaimed Trove and get the Lost Caches for the imprint slot. And we have to do this all over again. My bad. Oh, it wasn't his comment that killed me. It was my stupidity of showing the Weaver tree in the middle of a boss fight. So that's on me. You know, I get so eager when the questions pop up, you know. Just have to control myself. Oh, you're not to blame at all. It's all on me, no worries. Keep the comments flowing here. That's awesome. I like engaging with you guys. Yeah, so this one is pretty cool. Alright, at least we got a Weaver tree point, even though we failed the first time. We're gonna use it in here. Right? Yeah. For the double echo rewards. And then next up, we're gonna block glyphs and experience tomes. Unless we're maybe going in here first, actually, to get the Piles of Rune chance, because the woven echoes we've imprinted are already set with their rewards, so... This echo can be potentially too strong for us at the moment, so we might have to do a lot of attempts on this. I should have added that in the end. That's my bad. Didn't think about that. And we do have to go through it unless we maybe place a woven echo up here and then we go here, here, and then there. We do have some cemeteries we can play here to potentially try to evade this echo. But this is actually a very hard woven echo. I remember farming this one to get the Penumbra rings for my Lethal Mirage Shadow Dagger Blade Dancer, and I don't think we'll stand a chance on this one. We're gonna try a couple of more times, and then we're gonna try to evade it instead. Nice. I think we'll try to evade that one. We will rather do a cemetery to try to place an alternate route around it. Should have placed that one on the end of the chain. Rune Redemption. Not what we're after. Alright, so I think we... Where is the... So hopefully we can place one here, right? And then we can get over here. That's the plan. And we... Which one? Soul Foundry, maybe. We got 4 of those. Let's do this Soul Foundry. And we're still not over. Maybe do one more. And then we can get across to this one. And hopefully that one won't be too difficult for us. So then we're going up here and down here. I need to do that one first, obviously.
He remembers you.
So this is the ring prophecy dropping. The pink ones are tier 7 rings without the stats that we're after. But still we're gonna pick them up because we can craft on them. And I think we're done looking for cooldown recovery speed affixes. We're just gonna remove that one. Good morning, Wisnia. Nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good morning. Now we are farming horns. That's only what we need to get a new helmet. A primordial helmet. So we're gonna do the horn. And hopefully we'll get enough horns soon to buy a new primordial helmet with LP on it.
This moment will shatter.
There we have a nemesis. That's what we're after, to place our Rise Embrace in there. I think this has an awesome role apart from the health gain on companion hit. But none of them really had a huge one in that aspect, so I think we're gonna go with yeah, we're gonna try this one first. And now we're also going to remove the... Actually, we're going to capitalize on this buff. This shrine. We got two on top of each other. Rune of Havoc.
Fancy a deal?
And I'm just gonna remove health from this one. We're not gonna farm that one anymore.
Fantastic work. Formosus will clatter with delight.
So
when I
we'll
give
buy
him
the
my
100
report.
axes. And then rings. And that's that. So now we'll do another one of those, and then we can finally get to this one to get more Weaver Tree points. And we died. And after this one, I have to go and buy some prophecies because I forgot about that. We're primarily going with one-handed axe assaults and possibly some rings to try to get another health and added health region on there. And this time we're going to be more careful. I'll try to let the crows do the job on this one.
Fancy it. Fantastic work. Formosus will clatter with delight when I give him my report. No.
Maybe a belt. Three LP. Thank you so much, Scarred, for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, I need a new pizza, that's for sure. American 40 centimeter pepperoni pizza. I ate an entire one yesterday, and then people pinged me on the Discord about cooldown recovery speed, and I was like, what are you guys talking about? But we figured that one out as well, so that's awesome. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, well, I think actually you were the brain behind it, Scarred, so a huge shout out to you for actually testing that kind of stuff. So awesome to have community members like you in our community that helps out, and it's so awesome. Dodge rating. This is bricked. This one is bricked. We're gonna sell it to get some gold. And I just love the music in this Echo. It's just so awesome. And I'm not gonna get too cocky here because these actually hit quite hard. So I don't know if you guys have heard the music, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, the music is really fun. That's the word for it. It's like circus music. So we got a Weaver Tree point. Let's just check there are no enemies here, because whenever I check the Weaver Tree, I die. So now we either block cliffs and gold and experience, or we go down here to enrage all of our rare mobs to get even more runes, or we get the piles of rune chance. I think we might go for this one first. And I think we got all the lost caches. We're gonna double check.
They would cage us all.
So the order of the Weaver tree, there's a question in the chat there from Samiro. Storm Werebear build, awesome. Hope you're having fun with it. So the first thing you want to do is to go down here and then get this imprint slot for your weapon. And then if you're kind of low level, then I would first block all of these except for XP tome rewards to try to farm as many experience tome rewards you can get. Once you reach like 90 plus levels, maybe even a couple of 90s, then you should respec from that. And at the moment we are going for rune farming, primarily to target Rune of Havoc, because we're going to need it to farm craft exalted gear that we're going to slam onto uniques. And then you want to go for the imprint nodes as well. So the Weaver tree setup basically depends on where you're at in the game and what you want to farm. So early on I always go for experience farm. But now we're in a good place there, so now we've switched focus to rune farming. And I actually have a video about that coming up. I think it's tomorrow on my channel, so... And you can watch it now actually in early access if you're a member of the channel, so it's also that possibility. Right, so we're done here. Okay, so now we got a Conquer Tower. That's awesome. So we're going to do this one, and then we're going to follow down our self-constructed woven echo chain. The pixel echo chain. Yeah, I have yet to explore the Jormund set. It looks pretty enticing, so... maybe we'll do a build for that sometime. So we either imprint this one. I'm not too happy about the increased min and fire damage on this one. A bit disappointed. But at least we got an implicit good roll. Here I don't like the health and companion hit. This one has a higher roll, so... and even a higher health roll, so I think we'll go for this one first. Rune Redemption. Alright, so we got increased health. It's gonna be an upgrade to what we have already, but that's not what we're after. But we're gonna empower it just to see if we can get some more health or something else good there. Yeah, so we got 13 increased health. That's an upgrade at least, so... unless we lose a lot of minion damage, then we're gonna use that one. So for this one, we got 128 and 54. So we lose 28 increased minion fire damage. I think that's something we're willing to give up for some more health. And now we're gonna do the next one. This one. Void resistance, that's not something we need at all. We're not even gonna bother empowering it, we're just gonna challenge it. And then we only have one left, and that should be really nice for us to use it, because we're not too happy about the rolls on this one. Hello NVK3, how's the build going? It's going just fine. I think we're in a decent place at least. We're at 334 corruption. We're farming Rise Embrace Body Armor to slam Summon Stormcrow skill level onto there. We're gonna soon buy a new Primordial Helmet to hopefully get some LP. We're farming Exalted one-handed access to try to get something that we can slam onto our 2 LP cleaver solutions, and then we're farming a ring for this one. And apart from that, we're in a somewhat decent place, and then we're gonna go for the Vessel of Strife when we got even more health regen to crank up that ward regen. Because in terms of survivability, we do have some way to go, and we would also like this one to be a Praetorian base instead to buff our armor. So we do have a lot of work to do, but for now we're in a good place. So we just have to crack on. Yeah, we do get some pretty nice life. I would prefer the armor to at least be 1k higher, and the health regen, so that we can start using Vessel of Strife soon. And also our strength should be higher. And we're aiming for the final crow as well, when we get a combined strength and dexterity of 100 or above. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we just have to take one step at a time. And I really hate this boss because of that stuff. Hopefully the crows can do him. No, you cannot change a staff to an axe. That would be awesome though, but maybe a little bit too OP.
Yes.
And we still got this one. Yeah, that was the one we unequipped. Yeah, so we're gonna keep that one. And we don't get any more room here. Do we have any tier 6 here? I don't think so. Nope. So we're gonna ease up a little bit on the farm, or we just buy one more. We have a lot of gold, so we're just farming some gear for future potential builds here. There we go.
Yes.
And this one we're gonna
Take
put in
care.
our stash. Alright, so we're gonna... Did we get a Weaver Tree point? No, we didn't. We're gonna continue down here. You played Dragonflame Edict, so an Ignite-based build then for your Fire Crows. How's that going?
I won't go back. I did nothing wrong.
Okay, you've just planned it right. Yeah, you can try that one out. I'm not that sure about it, but who knows? Maybe it'll work out. Got an imprint drop. 1 LP clear resolution. And after this one, I really have to remember to buy some more prophecies, because now we're just letting our favor for Circle of Fortune just rotting away. And that's not what we want. I'll do this one. So there was a prophecy drop. Not what we needed. But that's also why we're farming Runes of Havoc, because the plan is to use them for crafting the drops we do get from the prophecies to the stats we want. And that's how we got our Phantom Grip Ring slammed yesterday. We used Rune of Havoc to get it onto the added health and health regen stat. So this one got a perfect roll. And that's what we're aiming for on this one too. Swarm Blade form. Not what we need at all. Rune of Havoc, we got 2 of them. That's what we're after, so that's awesome. And we got a Weaver Tree point. Piles of runes, drop chance, or echo objectives. Summon Stormcrow, we're gonna remove those. We were not supposed to save that one.
Yes. Take care.
So let's see here. Gonna do the Cemetery of Reweaving. But now I almost forgot we're buying prophecies. We got 40k just rotting away. Yeah, we're gonna crank up our health region. So the plan now is to get health region on this one. Then I think we're gonna farm the Vessel of Strife from Julra, and then we're gonna try to slam the same suffix that we have on this one onto the relic as well, and then we're possibly looking at around 500 health region, potentially something in that region, maybe a little bit less, but then I think we're gonna go for the Vessel of Strife for sure. So the plan is to farm one-handed access still. We really want to LP cleaver solutions. Yeah, we'll do Emperor of Corpses as well. This is an awesome one. Actually, I think that'll do for now, because we might get some nice ones there. Let's just go immediately to farm it. And we only got one tier 7. And we almost got a perfect all resistances blessing already, so it'll take some time to top that one. And we're actually going to do it again. Gonna save this one.
Yes. Take care.
Because we do have another use, right? Yep. We have double uses for all our rewards, which is quite nice through the lens. No, we've not done any of the new woven echoes yet. I don't think we're in a shape to do them yet, at least not the 400 corruption one. But eventually we'll get there, I guess. Another tier 7X.
Will end you.
Yes.
So we didn't get much there.
Take care.
We got 1X, so we're gonna buy some more. Yeah, the new Echo should be pretty hard, I guess. It's kind of in between Abroth and Uber Abroth, is what they said, so I expect it to be tough. We don't really want these boss prophecies because we have to use temporal keystones for those. These are the ones we're after, because here we'll get 28 access and we just need to defeat a champion each time. So that's pretty awesome. And also this one we'll buy. And I actually think we might use the 2 LP clear resolution access as long as we get 1 tier 7 minion spell damage and 1 tier 5 minion spell damage, then I think we'll use those. Because it will be very hard to get double exalted stats at least with 1 tier 7 as well. With the new imprint nerfs and all that. So we're gonna say for this one, we just need 800 favor. But maybe we get something before that, so maybe we don't even buy that one. And I guess we were farming here. And we're also going for Rise Embrace 1 LP. That would be so awesome for us because we would get 4 skill points for some Stormcrow. And some minion damage on top. Did I buy a 2-handed axe prophecy? Oh my god, my bad. That was my bad. I just saw an axe and I didn't read properly. But at least we have some others. And we'll buy the other one coming up when we get some favor here. Unless that was 2-handed as well. And also, we do want the final rank of Circle of Fortune as well. To get twice as many items per prophecy. That would be huge for us, but we're a little bit away from that yet. Clear resolution 1 LP. I think we soon, when we farm these prophecies, maybe the next one that we're gonna buy as well, then I think we might even look into using some Runes of Havoc to to see what we can end up with for the axes, and hopefully imprint one so that we can have them drop even more. I think that's a wise strategy. This one's awesome. This one is okay. We're not going to use that one anyway, I think, but... And we died. So let's see if we got enough favor for buying the final prophecy that we need. Gonna keep these idols. So we're gonna buy this axe prophecy, and then we're gonna farm them all, and then we're gonna see what we have, and then we will craft an axe for imprint. Hello Selquist, nice to see you today. How are you doing? So we're gonna... Okay, so this was also a two-handed axe. So we're actually not gonna buy that one. I had a close look now, that's good. So then the plan is to just farm these, and then we'll evaluate what we have done. And we will imprint one of them. Yeah, there's a corrupted affix right on the idols. I think it's the small idols. And I think that's what we want to corrupt these small idols with in our aspirational build planner. I think I added those. So I totally agree, that's an awesome stat to have. Because frailty debuffs enemies so that we take much less damage from them. And we ideally want to have some frailty on our enemies. And we have like 2 possessed ones of these guys. And if they jump on us, then we're done for. At least when they are possessed. So I think we have another Rise Embrace waiting here. Gonna try this one. That was our first Rise Embrace actually. So for instance, this one is pretty nice because it has 2 open suffixes. Sorry, 1 open suffix, but 1 suffix we need, so we can get both of the minion spell damage affixes onto there. So this is a really good candidate for using Rune of Havoc to get the tier 7 onto the spell damage, and then add a tier 5 minion spell damage onto there as well. And if so, we're going to imprint it if that's the best one we get. And we might even craft it onto our 2 LP cleaver solutions. So we're gonna try to enchant this one. We weren't lucky this time. This is the enchanted affix we're after. The flat minion spell damage and increased minion cast speed. And actually I think I saw a nemesis up here. Or was that previously? Yeah. Let's see here. We got a Weaver Tree point. Alright, so now we might go down and take the Enrage rare enemies that drop runes. If we find that we die a lot from it, then we're gonna respec it. But that's the plan for now, to juice up our rune farming.
Mana courses through me. Ugh, my research wasted. My brilliance is unequal. Ugh, my research wasted. Freedom at last. I did nothing wrong. Freedom at last. Ugh, I must break free. I won't go back. My research wasted.
God, I hate those.
My brilliance is unequaled. I must break free. I cannot be contained. Out of mana. My brilliance is. I must break free. Freedom at last. The judges will find you. Mana coursing through me. I did nothing wrong.
And there they are again. Those can be really annoying.
Mana courses through me. Out of mana. Freedom at last. I did nothing wrong.
All right, the final one.
My brilliance is unequal. Oh, they would cage us all. Mana courses through me. Oh, I must break free. I cannot be contained. My research wasted. Mana courses through me. Out of mana.
So this one is pretty nice. Tier 7 strength with the hybrid health affix on it. And gonna be some careful here.
Cage us all.
Oh, we're going into the middle now. And that's the Woven Echo done. We got a Weaver Tree point. We will spend it in this one to get more runes. But we have to be a little bit careful because rare enemies will be enraged. So now we're doing the Great Bridge. That's the one where you can shatter set items at the end to get set item shards that you can forge onto regular gear. And the B set dropped. We're just farming that in case we're gonna need it for another build. And still we don't get any LP on Rise Embrace, which is kind of annoying. And we even died from that one. Okay, so they changed the color of the crafted set items from yellow to green. That makes sense. we have any Exile Mage prophecies? No. Oh my god. And we're not gonna do this one before we have completed the Echo now. And where do we go now in the Weaver Tree? Haven't really given it too much thought. Guess we're blocking the rewards over here after this one to get more rune rewards, and we're just gonna go back and do the Nemesis. And we're not gonna empower it, we're gonna challenge it. And this one we're gonna keep.
Yes. Take care.
And then we're gonna continue over here. But first, I have to go to the bathroom, so be right back. All right, we're back. Gonna do some more Woven Echoes. Maybe this one will be too hard for us, who knows. Then we'll try to get around it somehow. Thank you, Fearless. And we don't have any potions.
No, get out of my mind! Get out!
Actually, I thought we would struggle a little bit more there, but that's good. Drops. Tier 7 strength. And then we got 2 Weaver points here. We're gonna go with this one, and then we only have the rune rewards left. We're not gonna block those because we're gonna farm runes. And now we have some different options here. We could go over for this imprint slot for the champions, or we could spec into Nemesis spawn rate and try to buy generic rune prophecies from Circle of Fortune and then farm tombs and cemeteries. And we'll probably get a lot of Nemesis conditions on those prophecies, so having them spawn more frequently is good. But I haven't decided yet. For now, we're just trying to get the one-handed axe prophecies. So we should actually do the boss now of this timeline. And maybe, yeah, we decided on not buying any more one-handed axe prophecies. So we're just going to do what we have now. And I don't think we'll do the Harbinger. Actually, we'll do the Harbinger as well. It doesn't matter. We'll get the drops anyway.
Why are you fighting for these beasts? No matter. You will die soon enough. I am undying.
So we got some rings, no access. And she's always going down in this corner to block my view. I don't know why. Try to get her up here. I think that's a strategy of hers, actually. She's always going down there.
Lied to us.
Frostbite shackles we're gonna keep. This one we're gonna keep for future builds. So let's see here. What do we got? We got one more. How much timeline stability do we have? We can actually do one more right on the fly here.
Why are you fighting for these beasts? No matter. You will die soon enough. I am undying.
Got one axe. Tier 7. Harbinger Eye, Temporal Keystones, that's good. Let's see if we got an upgrade here. Yes, we did. We get 1% upgrade. So that's good.
Yes. Take care.
So I'm not too worried about rings at the moment. We will be able to get the affix we want by using Runes of Havoc. And we're going to do the same for one-handed axes. Maybe we'll do this one. Just spend some keystones. And we'll try to do the Harbinger as well, although I think this one might be my least favorite Harbinger. Even more so than the Lagon Harbinger. Because the Void stuff is just so annoying. So we got one axe. And I want the Harbinger over here, not in that corner. Harbinger Eye. Wall of Nothing, that's good to have in the stash. Alright, so I think this one we're not gonna get for a while. We should probably farm the Void timelines then, and we're not going to like the Raya timeline. So for now, I think we're gonna try to spend some Rune of Havocs. Actually, I'd hope we'd have more than this. And we're gonna find similar access to this. So ideally, minion spell damage in both suffixes with the tier 7 stat. If not, then at least some open suffixes, so we can add that ourselves. So that's the priority here. I don't think we have any minion spell for the one-handed axes. So then we're just looking for 2 open suffixes. And we should have some here as well. So this one is a candidate. We can try to remove the health on melee hit. So here we have a double Exalt. Which is kind of interesting. We'll keep that one as well. The minion fire penetration is also nice. It's not the stat we're going for, and this is a tier 6 anyway, so might as well just throw that one out. And here we can try to seal the cold penetration and add the other minion spell damage, so there are a couple of options here. Which one has the highest foraging potential? So I think this one will be very hard to do anything with. Because we have to get rid of the chance to chill on hit. So I think we might even just save this one for another build. Scott is asking is this your favorite ARPG? Yes, it is. Last Epoch is my favorite ARPG for sure. So I think we're going to start with trying to seal this one. And we weren't that lucky, and then that one is bricked. And then we're going to try... So this one is the best chance we have, I think. We're going to add the minion melee and spell damage onto here. And then we're going to use a Rune of Havoc. Is Season 4 worth getting into in particular, or how do you rank it? So far, I'm loving Season 4. I think the Omen windows are really cool. I haven't played too much of the Echo Chain mechanic, but I like that one too. And also the corruption of items just bring a whole new itemization mechanic onto the table, which is very interesting. We haven't gotten into that fully yet because we're going to start corrupting items once we have alternatives to our gear. So now, for instance, if we get another Eteris Path boots with a tier 7 increased movement speed, then we're going to corrupt one of them. So the same goes for idols and all the gear pieces, but that's further down the line. So we haven't played too much with the corruption yet, but we have, for instance, got this one dropped. So it gives +1 to all skills. We got this one pretty early on. So we have played with some corruption, and also the idol altar is corrupted with exactly the stat we want. So we've touched upon it, but we haven't fully utilized the corruption mechanic yet. But I definitely think you should try out Season 4 if you're interested. Looks like you enjoyed something in Season 3, so hopefully you'll enjoy Season 4 as well. So now we're going to try to Rune of Havoc this to get one of these to tier 7. So we got this one, that's good. Then we're gonna not do that. And it's actually perfectly rolled as well, which is awesome. So now we're just gonna bump this one up to tier 5. It was a low roll. I'm not gonna try to refine it, I think. Or maybe we will. So we can lose 6 minion spell damage if we're unlucky with the refinement. And we can get 4 on the other one. But let's say we lose 4 and get 4, then we're back to 0. So I'm not sure if this is worth it actually. Might even just try to get some attack speed instead of the increased poison damage. What do you guys think? Should we refine it? We do have a perfect tier 7 roll and we can lose 6 minion spell damage there. And we can only get 4 more on the other stat. So we can lose 6 and get 4. That would be -2. We could lose 4 and get 4. That would be 0. And I think it's kind of high risk. And VK3 would refine it. I don't think you're dumb. Refinement is definitely an option here. But anyway, I think the first thing we're going to do is just, while we remember it, imprint it before we do anything else. And this one. So the question now is, do we imprint the weapon in here as well? Or do we still farm Rise and Brace? That's a tough nut to crack as well. We really need LP for Rise and Brace, that's for sure. So I'm leaning towards still having Rise and Brace here because we do have a 4 level of Stormcrow waiting in our stash to slam onto there, and that would be a huge boost for us. So I think that's potentially a bigger boost than getting the additional flat minion spell damage. So I think we're going to keep that one. We've imprinted this one. Now the big question is, should we refine this bad boy? Do we get cocky and refine it? Are we down to earth and happy with what we got? So we got a perfect tier 7. We could lose 6 flat spell damage there. Even if we lose 4 and get 4, then we're back to 0. So I think the risk is kind of high in regards to the remaining foraging potential as well. But maybe we should do it. But keep in mind that if we ever get a Cleaver Solution 3 LP, we do want attack speed on the prefix to increase the Temple Strike attack speed to get more Gladiator of Lagon stacks, which also gives flat minion spell damage. So that's also something to keep in mind. So if we could use a Glyph of Chaos here and get attack speed, that would be awesome. I can't decide on this. So what do we got now? We got 45 flat spell damage. We could end up with 39. Um, 35, 45 is a pretty good roll. Yeah, it's even more risky. Well, it's not that risky actually to try to get attack speed, because I mean, we would still be left with something better than tier 1 poison damage. So I wouldn't say it's risky to use Glyph of Chaos on this. I think it's the risk is in trying to refine this. So let's say we get down to like 28 on the first one and then 15 on the next one. We had still lost like 2 flat spell damage, which might happen, right? So I'm actually leaning towards trying to change the increased poison damage. And Hunlight is here trying to make me do stupid stuff because I got so many good drops that he's jealous of me. Yes, I would possibly slam this on a Cleave Resolution 2 LP. If not, then at least we've imprinted it, so maybe we can try to farm it, but the plan is to use this for a Cleave Resolution 2 LP. So you mean to use a Rune of Creation on it? That would drop the foraging potential to 0, right? Well, okay, so what you're saying is that we should clone it and then we can use it to craft both our Cleave Resolution 2 LPs. Yeah, right, so that's a good point. We do have a Rune of Creation. That's a very good point. I think that's actually possibly the best point yet. So then I guess what we're on right now is to use Glyph of Chaos on the poison damage, but just make sure it doesn't go down to 0 foraging potential, and then we're gonna clone it with Rune of Creation so that we have more attempts on slamming it. That's a good plan. So we can get up to -10 foraging potential here, so it shouldn't be a risk to try to at least change it one time. So maybe that's the plan then. Use a Glyph of Chaos on it. We're not going to use several because we might end up with 0 foraging potential when doing that. And then we're going to clone it with Rune of Creation. And we have imprinted it, just double checking there. Chaos Devoid damage, maybe that's better actually. Maybe that's better to try to get a tier 5 one. Because the void damage, obviously it's much better than the increased poison damage, but still we're not doing a lot of melee damage. But then again, we might lose all the foraging potential, right? So that's a huge risk. Whereas if we do this one, then we are certain we're not going to use the foraging potential. Yeah, Sam is onto something there. We might lose the entire foraging potential on the tier 4 one. All right, so what do you guys think? Should we use the Rune of Creation on this one, or is that a waste? I think I'm leaning towards using that one because I don't expect we'll get any tier 7 and tier 6 or tier 7 and tier 7 for a very long time, maybe even not before I stop playing this build, so we might as well just slam a tier 7 and tier 5 onto there. Yeah, that's right. You can target the generic rune prophecies and Circle of Fortune to farm Rune of Creations as well, so it's not like we're only getting one of them. All right, guys. we are going to Glyph of Chaos the poison damage, and then we're going to use Rune of Creation on this one to duplicate it. And then we're going to try to slam it onto our Cleaver Solution 2 LPs. And we're going to go with it. So now we're not going to do it anymore. We got the critical strike multiplier. That's fine. We're not going to do one more because we can get all the foraging potential gone. So that's not worth it. We would ideally prefer attack speed here, but then again, we don't have 3 LP anyway, so we wouldn't have gotten it now, and also it's just a tier 2 as well, so... Alright, so now we're going to use the Rune of Creation. It duplicates the item, but reduces the foraging potential of both the original and the copy to 0. This one, so we get a duplicate. So now we have 2 of these, and we're actually going to imprint this one because we'd rather have the tier 2 in there than the tier 1 poison damage. Good decision, I agree. Thank you for contributing to that. And then my question now is, do we imprint this one instead of Rise Embrace? Because Rise Embrace we can get naturally, like organically, from unique body armor, echo rewards in the timeline we're farming. And we can also get it dropping on the echo rewards themselves. Whereas in order to farm these kinds of axes, we would have to buy prophecies from Circle of Fortune. We would potentially have to use Runes of Havoc and Runes of Creation like we did now. Obviously not Runes of Creations, that's kind of optional, but still Runes of Havoc. So we'll spend a lot more resources, I think, on farming these than Rise Embrace. And we can just try to get it dropping from the unique body armor, echo rewards, and this imprint. So what do you guys think? Should we also imprint it down here and then try to farm unclaimed troves to get these to drop? I think we're going for imprinting this one for now because we might end up spending both of these, and then at least we have them imprinted. So yeah, this is the chest imprint, the lost caches. So right now we just have killing regular enemies imprint, and then we have lost caches imprint. I think it's wise to have this imprinted in both of these, and then we have the Rise Embrace for echo rewards, and we're going to try to also farm Rise Embrace with unique body armor rewards. Does the chest have to be clean for the imprint, or it can have mods on it? I think as long as it's of type lost cache, then it will trigger, or potentially trigger. Okay, so we're going to save this one for the future, potentially. So now the plan is to slam this axe, or these axes, onto our 2 LP cleaver solutions. And I'm not too worried about farming cleaver solutions, to be honest. Let me check real quick what the 2 LP chances are for those. It's 1 in 25 for 2 LP, so they're fairly common to drop with at least 2 LP, so I'm not too worried about those. So it's not like they're very rare and we kind of need these perfect double exalted axes to slam onto there. We're definitely gonna go with this one and this one to get most out of our strength. We're gonna lose some strength, but that's worth it if we get the flat minion spell damage onto there as well. We're actually gonna lose 6 strength. Alright, so we're gonna pay Jewel Row is it to try this stuff out. Yeah, definitely I'm not worried about the clear resolution 2 LPs. Those are pretty easy to farm, and we're gonna run these also through the Farsight Turtle. Alright, let's do it. So we're gonna slam these items and then I'll have a 5-minute lunch and we'll continue the stream. The stream will be live during the lunch, so no worries there. And I think actually we'll try for a tier 4 now. I'm not sure how we'll do against tier 4, but if we manage to do it, then we'll possibly get the Vessel of Strife as well, which is the relic we're after. So we're gonna try.
The Epoch, I will have it. Escape!
And that happened to be quick. And then that went pretty okay. Yeah, so we got the Jewel Rush Obsession Gloves. I added that to the loot filter because it's an option to the Raven's Rise Gloves. And it's always nice to have in a stash as well. But the Raven's Rise Gloves are better. Especially because you get the +2 to spell minion skills, which is both our companions, so that's just too good to not have. And you also get a lot of resistances and minion cast speed, which also synergizes very well with the health gained on companion hits, so these are definitely the way to go. Alright, so now it's the moment of truth, guys. We're gonna try this one for... Which one was it? I think it's this one, which is the best one. So let's try this. And I'll wait some seconds before hitting the button so that you guys can let me know if I do anything majorly stupid. But we do have our 2 LP here. And we do have this one. Thank you, D41 and X. I need the luck for sure. Thank you, NVK3. And I'm just going to leave this here for a couple of seconds for you guys to jump in if I am in some form of coma and misclicking something here. But to me, this looks correct. We got both the minion spell damage here. We have selected the minion spell damage tier 7. And we got the 2 LP for a clear resolution. So I'll leave it here for 10 seconds and then I'll push the button. And we were unlucky this time. It's not even an upgrade because we don't want the reduction in strength unless we get the minion flat spell damage. So we're gonna try one more time. maybe the advice of duplicating it turns out to be really great advice. Who knows? Good point. We're gonna corrupt this one first. And now I just have to make sure I corrupt a correct one. Because I hate those kind of fast misclicks when you think you're doing something and then you pick the wrong item. So we're going to corrupt this one. Let's see in the aspirational build planner what we are after. Because I think it's a little bit fun to build up the anticipation. We are after minion fire penetration, obviously. So if we can get a tier 7 minion fire penetration on this one, then it's a huge upgrade. But I don't think we'll be that lucky. Okay, I'm gonna corrupt this one. Let's see what we get. And it just removed everything. All right. And I guess you cannot add that into the Nemesis system again. Because it's now bricked completely. Yeah, the streamer client is not running today. Clicked the wrong one. All right, but we have actually 2 more. But we only have 1 axe that we're gonna slam for now, so let's just see 2 LP. It's those 2, right? And which one's better? The one with highest strength is better. This one got 4, this one got 5. So we're gonna do another run. Maybe we even get the Vessel of Strife this time. And let's just see that we have imprinted it. We have, so everything should be good to go for slamming it.
Epoch, I will have it. Escape. Sapphire.
I didn't mean to add that one there. It was a bit quick. And actually this time, I was a bit stupid to add it right on top of her so I can get to her. So we'll do better next time. I think we have more keys. We have much more keys. Onlight is having a good time. Watch me die to Julra. Messing up big time with the void puddle. Glad you're having fun. That's the whole point of the stream. If you have fun on my behalf, then go ahead.
I will have it. Escape.
At least now we didn't place it on top of her, so hopefully we'll do better this time. And there it is, Vessel of Strife with 1 LP and a perfect roll for health regen. Who's laughing now, Hunlight? This is what we're after. And we're gonna slam tier 7 added health and health regen onto it, and then we can start using it. Thank you guys. That was an awesome drop for us. I guess we have to buy relic prophecies now. And now I think we kind of used our luck on that one, so I don't have high hopes for this one. But let's see. And as always, I'll leave it for a couple of seconds for you guys to tell me how stupid I am and what I've misclicked before I click it. But to me, this looks correct. 2 LP cleaver solution, both minion spell damage affixes, guaranteed tier 7. Alright guys, pray for me. Congratulations Hunlight on the Rise Embrace. That sounds awesome. 2 LP, tier 7, guaranteed. Alright guys, this is it. And we got the same one as last time. We used our luck on the Vessel of Strife. That's a bummer. We're gonna corrupt it. Just checking we're corrupting the right one. Increased stun chance with melee attacks. No, thank you. I don't think this one will be worthwhile using lose 4 strength over. What do you guys think? Strength is we lose 1 flat minion spell damage by losing the strength as well because of the threshold bonus of the Beastmaster tree. So what do you guys think? Will the increased stun chance give us anything here with my melee attacks? I'm not so sure if it's worthwhile losing 4 strength over. Keep it to re-roll your 3 LP later. Keep it to re-roll your 3 LP later. I didn't quite catch that, I think. But I don't think the increased stun chance with melee attacks doesn't... I mean, it doesn't do much for us, does it? I don't think we'll use it. We need the strength. So our next target then, obviously, we're still gonna farm one-handed axes. We now have imprinted them in our Weaver Tree imprints, and then we still want to target farm those, but I think we might switch focus. Obviously, we're target farming Rise Embrace by doing the monolith we're doing, and we also imprint that on the Echo rewards. But I think now might be the time to get a similar tier 7 health and health regen onto our second ring, and also switching this one out with Vessel of Strife. So we're going to buy Relic Prophecies and Exalted Ring Prophecies. And we're also going to farm this one on doing Rift Beasts. But first, we're going to do a 5-minute lunch break. The stream will be active. I'm going to move my character a little bit during my lunch to not disconnect. So we'll do a really quick lunch and we'll be back then. All right, we're back. So the plan up next is to slam a similar tier 7 onto this ring. And then also slam the same stats onto our Vessel of Strife. Thank you, Fearless. So we're going to start off by buying some prophecies. I think the Spirits of Fire amulet, the Logi's Hunger amulet, is kind of better than this one because you get +2 to minion fire skills. And I guess there's also some cast speed onto it now. The main reason we're not target farming it is because we get +2 all skills corrupted on this one. So that makes it kind of close to equal to that one, so it's not our priority. So now we're gonna move these lenses. I'm a bit cheap, so I just move them between whatever we target farm here, because we need the favor spent on prophecies instead of lenses all over the place. So now we're actually in a good place here because we're gonna farm mainly, I would say, relics, because let me show you guys. We do have some rings here. So for instance, this one, we got a tier 7 and a tier 6. We're gonna save that for a 2 LP Phantom Grip. So we're not gonna craft on this one yet. We do have this one. I crafted this one yesterday, and then I got a bit too cocky with the Rune of Refinement, and I ended up with a really low roll. So I'm not going to slam a really low roll on a perfectly rolled Phantom Grip ring. So we do need to farm, hopefully, a perfect stat like we got here. But I was going to show you our ring stash. So here I think we only got tier 7 rings here. Some tier 6. We'll actually just get rid of those. And let's see if we had any health region. So for instance, this one we could use Rune of Havoc on to just move it. So that's definitely just the easiest way to get it. But then again, we would need to spend Rune of Havoc. And we only got 4 left. And we need the other ethics. Sorry, yeah, like this. So we could use a Rune of Havoc on that one. I'm a bit reluctant to do it because it only has 28 forging potential, and we need the forging potential for Rune of Refinement as well. But that's kind of what we're after, so let's see if we can find any. So for instance, this one we could just add, was that the wrong ring? Yeah, even that one we can add added health region onto there. Same with this one. Bit low forging potential. We ideally want above 40. So this one is really nice. It already got the health region stats, so that's something we're gonna... I think that's the first ring we're gonna try. Unless we find something really better. And we can even use Runes of Redemption as well. It's a little bit harder to get it, but do have the chance. Okay, so we got these we can try on. We're going to start off with this one. So basically what we want now is to move the tier 7 fire damage onto this one. And we got one left. So we were unlucky with that one. And I think we'll see if we can buy some rune rewards from our prophecies. We'll just save these for now. So what we're after now is the generic rune rewards. Rune of Creation, I don't think we'll spend on that one because we can get them from the generic drop. So it's the prophecies that are just called runes. Nothing else. And they're actually quite cheap. Now we've obviously juiced the... So this is one. So it can be fulfilled even 4 times. We ideally want something else than Raya. So we're going to try to get another requirement. So there we have one Lagon. Maybe we have to buy these because they're not popping up often. So we just have to spend some temporal keystones to get those boss rewards. So we're after generic rune rewards. And the reason I think this is better than just farming ring prophecies is that it will be so hard to... We're going to buy this one, by the way. It's going to be so hard to get a tier 7 drop on the rings to have that one stat that we're after, the added health and health regen. I mean, that's such a low chance that I think it's faster to get Runes of Havoc instead and then use them on other tier 7 rings. So that means we're going to farm tombs and cemeteries. That's our main priority because the organic drop is highest there for Rune of Havocs. And then we have this one. We're going to buy that one up next. So for now, we're going to do the Raya and the last rune timeline and Lagan. So maybe we'll start off with Raya. I think we have some... Could use the buffed up void resistance as well. So our main priority now is to get the slammed ring, the phantom grip ring, 1 LP. And then we'll switch focus to our relic, I think. For Circle of Fortune at least. So this is the one we're farming now. So we got a Rune of Redemption. Didn't get the Void Resistance Blessing. And we got some more uses in that one. None this time as well. No Void Resist Blessing. We're soon out of temporal keystones. We can buy more from Apophis if we want, but soon we're gonna have to farm Runes of Havoc in tombs or cemeteries. And there we got one. That's good. And there we got it, but we didn't get an upgrade. So now we got one Rune of Havoc. Will we be lucky? And also, which one will we use it on? I think this one, it has the highest forging potential so far. $40. $43, so we're going to use it on this one. No luck. And we got one, and we even got a Rune of Creation this time as well. So we're gonna try the new we got now on the ring. And we need to be a little careful. And we're not getting an upgrade for a blessing, which is a bit bummer, but it's not the end of the world.
Yes.
And I think we even leveled up there.
Take care.
So let's see, we're going for minion leech here, and then we're gonna get 1 point in this one, and then I think we're speccing health after that. Possibly this node, or this node. Right, so we're gonna leave this one for a while. We're gonna go over here where we actually farmed before we got derailed onto another track here. We're gonna see how we're doing against this one. Gonna continue on our Woven Echo path. Just to get some more Weaver Tree points and then just keep on farming.
Embrace the peace of oblivion. Death comes. I am one of many.
Weaver Tree point, where to put it. We have blocked everything again except runes, right? Yeah. We could spec into some memory amber up here. Could increase nemesis spawn rate. I think that's probably what we're gonna do. Could go over to this imprint slot. But for now, we will maybe buy some rune prophecies with nemesis rewards, and we do want to use the nemesis system quite a lot, so we'll go with that one. And I'm not sure how we're gonna do in this one, to be honest.
I am losing my patience. Are you lost? See the harm you are doing. Oh, I was trying to protect everyone.
And there we have it. But for now, we do actually have all the Weaver Tree points we need for now, so it's not a huge bummer if we are going somewhere else. Our priority for Echo rewards are now runes and unique body armor rewards to farm Rise Embrace.
You are doing. Oh, I was trying to protect everyone.
I don't know if we need to put anything in here at the moment. We're gonna keep on going for the Nemesis. The Frog Helm is best in slot for this build, yeah. In my opinion, at least. So this one might be a little bit hard. Let's see how we do. We have a 3-point. I think we're gonna take this one out to get an Exalted drop when empowering Nemesis. So now this is our final echo, but I think we've done this already. So we don't really need to do it. But then again, we do get a lot of chests there, so got a bit too cocky there. All right, so we are trying to farm these ones, unique body armor rewards. So we're going to go for those. And also we're going to do some cemeteries to try to get Rune of Havoc. Did we get one already? We did, so we can try to force the tier 7 onto our rings. So I think this is the one we're trying. Didn't get it this time either. We haven't been lucky with the Runes of Havoc today. We are trying to farm Raya's Embrace.
The reflection stirs.
Don't think we have anything to put in here at the moment.
He has watched you die.
Got some amulets? Yeah, it was an amulet echo reward. So now we're gonna do this one and then this one to hopefully get some Raya's Embrace. Just gonna play it safe and try to get the echo rewards done first. A Rift Beast here. That's been a while. Nice to see you again, Cam. Yeah, you've definitely been here from the start. Right now, I think we're kind of banging our head against the wall a little bit because we do kind of want to get to the next level with this build. But there are some gear pieces that are hindering us from getting there. So the first one is Raya's Embrace that we need 1 LP for. And then there's the ring we need 1 LP for. And then there's the Vessel of Strife relic we need 1 LP for. And the same goes for our helmet. And once we get those in, then we should be in a much better place. And we're also aiming for 100 strength and dexterity to get the final companion. So there are some stuff to be done here before we can advance to the next kind of level. I think we could have done like 500 corruption pretty easily now in most cases, but I don't see a major reason to do it at the moment. Because it will be a little bit easier to farm at this stage. Yeah, you don't play with the nerfs, Cam. That's true. Nemesis, let's see what he got for us. So it's also a little bit underwhelming that we don't even have any uniques without LP that we can even use in the Nemesis system. So we're kind of low on uniques we're farming at the moment.
Your threat has been spun. My work is incomplete.
So here we want this flat minion spell damage and increased minion cast speed. We also have this idol to try to get that. But we have to keep in mind that we want to enchant these ones as well to get the ward per second. And we're soon going to switch over to the Vessel of Strife relic anyway, so I think it might be time to enchant these. Didn't get it that time, but at least we got some endurance. So now let's hope for Rise Embrace. Got one. Got two. That's awesome. Keep in mind that we also have it on our Weaver tree for Echo rewards. So we don't really know what triggered there, if it was the unique body armor or the imprint, but at least we got two more. But they're not dropping with LP, and so far we haven't gotten any LP through the Nemesis system as well. And it is a bit weird, I think, because Rise Embrace has 1 in 5 chance to drop with 1 LP, which is very low, and we've gotten more than 5 Rise Embraces now. So statistically, we should have gotten 1 LP yet, but we haven't. So now we're going to go down and take this one. Yeah, we're going to imprint the legendary one when we get it. You mean now, right? Okay. That's a very good point. Thank you, Cam. We, of course, want to imprint this one instead. God, I love you guys. You keep me in check all the time. Now we're gonna do the Omen. Phantom Grip. Corrupted with minion health. So if we ever need minion health for our build, then we got the ring for it. That's actually a quite nice option to have. And this one's pretty interesting. Is this an upgrade? We'll only have 2 idols in refracted slots with this one, so we're not going to go for that one. But at least it had our stats that we wanted. Another ring. So we're gonna keep this one if we ever need minion health. We got a double exalted gloves here, which will actually keep us well close by in case we get 2 LP on Raven's Rise. We do kind of have 2 LP here. This one we got from a Nemesis, so the flat health region is really nice. Obviously we'd want tier 7, but I think we'll keep these for now. I think these are better than a hybrid health tier 7 1 legendary stat, to be honest.
Yes.
So hopefully we can get some Rise and Brace for this one as well. And then maybe we'll imprint Conquer Tower. Or at least hope we see some Nemesis. So the pink gear dropping is just tier 7 stats. It's not stats that are relevant to our build, but for now we're just saving the tier 7s we can find. And then we might turn it off soon. We're not doing Omen windows until we've completed the Echo objective. So now we're going to put a Rise Embrace in here. This one. So getting a new helmet is also a top priority. Do need some horns for that, so I think it's still a way to go. But we got the ancient bones for it, and we got the fangs for it. And hopefully we can get some 1 LP there as well to get a tier 7 strength on there.
Another glorious hunt. Do not forget the Rift Beast's eggs. Their next evolution is in our claws. A fine choice of egg.
So let's see here. We still need the horns. Actually, quite a lot of horns. So I think we might have to buy some horns now. So how many do we need? We need 11. And we don't have enough, so we only need 2 now. And we do have the ancient bones for it, so...
Until next time, traveler.
Then we're gonna do the Omen window. And my GPU doesn't like this Omen window. So this one is quite nice for our build. This might even be an upgrade for us. Let's see what else we got here. Some rings. Double exalted. We're gonna save that one for a 2 LP Phantom Grip. And this time we got the Mantle of the Pale Ox, which is the body armor for the lightning version. So let's save that one. So this one we're going to keep. Tier 7, tier 6. So now the question is, do we equip this one? I think so. We do get more effective Weaver enchantment on this one. So then we're going to do this one. Can we make it work? We lose one idol. Because we don't really need it to be... Yeah, it's a downgrade, right? Because we lose one idol and we don't really need it to be in both of the reflected slots, because that has nothing to... That doesn't increase anything. It only has to be in one, from my understanding. So that was for sure a downgrade. But it just proves that I think this just is the best one for this build. And how did we do this before? This is Tetris. So yeah, now I think we're just going... Actually, we are done with the unique body armor rewards. So we either have to boost the corruption or reset the rewards. But for now, we can do the cemeteries to hopefully get some runes. So now that I think of it, we should rune of creation. We should actually start using our runes of ascendance, and I think we're going to use them on body armor because we really need that, well, at least one LP Rise Embrace. So we'll do body armors. See you, Cam. Have a nice lunch. This is pretty nice. Now we might even use our runes of redemption soon on rings to see if we can get the added health and health regen stats. So far we've tried the Rune of Havoc, but we weren't that lucky. And they're a little bit harder to come by. Not what we wanted. Gonna use Runes of Ascendance on these. We're looking for the Rise Embrace body armor. It has 2.77% chance to drop from Runes of Ascendance. Gonna go down here, get this one. Let's see our favor. Gonna buy some. So actually, before we do that, I think we're gonna use our runes of redemption on rings with tier 7 suffixes, like this one. And this one. We probably don't need all of them. And I just have to remember to put the points in here again. Got the Jormung set. That's awesome. Congrats, Sam. So now we're going to try to re-roll to the added health and added health region affix with the Runes of Redemption. And ideally, we want as high forging potential as possible. So here we got the health. We're going to save that one. The health one is nice. We just want the most forging potential we can get when doing this. And we're really unlucky here. Gonna save the health regeneration. Final one. So then we're left with doing Runes of Havoc on these. But we're missing Runes of Havoc at the moment. Which is why we're hoping to buy them here. We don't want the boss rewards. We have them already. So we might have to farm some bosses again soon. So we're looking for generic rune rewards. And they only seem to spawn with specific boss conditions for us at the moment. So the Void Horror I'm a bit reluctant to buy. We would need to farm the Riot timeline then. But maybe we should buy it. So the plan is now to farm some echoes in the Raya timeline to hopefully get some Void Horrors going there. That will drop the prophecy for runes. And then when we build up timeline stability, we will also defeat Raya for runes as well. Now this is perfect. This is the one we're after. Because this is just a generic boss event, and that will trigger whenever we do a boss in an echo. We can buy that one as well. So now we can't afford one anyway, so now we're just heading to the Riot timeline and then doing some echo there, hoping some Void Horror spawn. They usually spawn in most of the echoes there, or at least have a chance to spawn. And then we're going to build up some timeline stability. We're going to go for the XP tone rewards if we can, but I think what we're after is the Underground Palace. Or Buried City, maybe. Or Devoured Army, even. Armory. So let's try this one first, and then we'll go over here and check.
He remembers you.
So what we're currently after is to try to get any of these tier 7 stats onto the health and health region stat, because then we have a tier 7 one there and we can slam that onto this ring. Why? Because that's what we're after for this build. We need the health region, and then when we have this ring, that's kind of the key to start farming Exalted Relics for our Vessel of Strife LP1. Where we will also add these same stats, so that will boost our health region up to at least 100 to 200 more. And then we're going to start using our perfect Vessel of Strife to get ward region per 30% of our health region, which will boost our survivability quite a lot, especially with our intelligence as well. And we're speccing into ward per second on these two idols. So then we kind of get this build flowing again. And then meanwhile, we're trying to get Raya's Embrace with imprints. And we're on a detour now. We're actually trying to farm unique body armor rewards here, but now we're on a detour to farm Runes of Havoc, because that's the key to getting the 1 LP ring to have flat health and health region. We're not going in there. And we're also farming these body armors to use Runes of Ascendance on. Raya's Embrace got 2.77% chance to drop from a Rune of Ascendance. So it's a long shot, but that's what we need at the moment. We're just gonna crank up the bonus ability first. Get more XP. And even now, we didn't get any LP on this. We never do. Which is kind of annoying. But we're gonna empower it to see what happens. Maybe we can imprint it if it gets another legendary stat onto there. So now we're doing the Omen window. Double tier 7. Double tier 7. Relic. So Omen windows are the new imprints. We're definitely gonna keep this one if we ever get a 2LP Vessel of Strife, and then we'll try to craft it to get what we want. Cannot use that one.
Yes.
So what we're after is Void Horrors. And I think we can check if they spawn and then actually just leave again. Because we don't want to do the echoes unless they spawn. And I'm not even sure if they will ever spawn in this one. Is that one? Yeah. that was only a patrolling void horror. That was a part of the quest, so I don't think the prophecy counts then. Devoured Armory, they should spawn in, I think. And the Underground Palace. If not, then just try to re-enter, see if it works. See if we got any underground. So this one. So we're trying to find void horrors to get our rune prophecy dropping. It's not that easy to get them. This is the final one. If not, then gonna go for Raya. No Rise Embrace.
Yes. Take care.
So now we're just gonna bump up to Riot. Then hopefully get a Rune of Havoc or two.
Dawn of the Black Sun. My shadow will cover this world.
Got 2 Runes of Redemption.
A dead god for a dead world. Can still fight.
Yes. Take care.
All right. Let's use some Runes of Redemption here. On this one first. So we're after the added health and health regen. Gonna save the health one. But we don't seem to get them. You soon need to buy some more temporal keystones.
Dawn of the Black Sun. My shadow will cover this world.
No Havocs. And we're not getting a better void resistance blessing as well.
Yes. Yes.
So we're gonna go into the middle here. See how many temporal keystones we'll get from buying one of these. Three. So it costs 20 and you get 3. All right. We're still gonna try the Raya one. Because we also need a better roll on the Void Resistance Blessing, ideally. But I think this will probably be the last one, and then we'll just try to farm Runes of Havoc more organically.
Shadow will cover this world.
Rune Redemption. Two LP World Splitter. That's not so bad. So now we're gonna switch over again to this timeline. Gonna check our favor. Gonna buy some prophecies. And we're still going for generic rune prophecies. But we're not buying. We have a strict rule now of not buying any timeline boss conditions. Because we're done spending temporal keystones on that. Hello there, Corpaso. Any changes to the build so far? Yes, there have been a couple of minor tweaks on the build. I updated the build planners on the video yesterday, almost 24 hours ago, maybe 18 hours ago. So check them out if you haven't checked them out in the last 18 hours. And also the loot filter was updated. So it's the build guide video that can be found in the last Epoch Season 4 playlist. Almost on top of my channel page. You'll find it there, and you'll find the updated build planners and loot filter in there. There wasn't a huge build update, just some changes on the belt and the secondary stat on the boots. I think that was the major changes, and also a couple of changes to the idols. So this one is perfect. This is what we're after. We can even farm this outside of Molnitz, which I think we'll do. So we can just farm Architect Lyeth, for instance, is the fastest one if you get the boss without any condition. But maybe we'll just farm Molnitz, and eventually we will get that from the bosses we kill. But if you need the runes really fast, then you can just go to Architect Lyeth and kill her over and over again, very fast. And there you have the Void Horror again. We're not buying that one. So now we're heading back here to farm the Riot's Embrace. And hopefully get some Runes of Havoc in the process. Weaver Tree points are not prioritized at the moment. We're kind of happy with our Weaver Tree at the moment. And now we'll hopefully get a new helmet as well after this run. Hopefully we can get some LP there as well.
Another glorious hunt.
So now we can actually buy a helmet again. Hopefully we get some LP. Let's check real fast the LP1 chance on that one. It's 1 in 6. I don't think we've bought 6 yet, but and there we have it. 1 LP. That's awesome. And it has a very high health roll. The area for minion skills could have been better. The cast speed could have been better. The implicit stats are okay. Bit disappointed in the minion stats there, but I think having a tier 7 strength on that one is definitely a huge upgrade. So that's awesome. We got a tier 1 helmet. We've been looking for that for quite a while now.
Enough trading. The wilds are waiting.
Gonna go for runes. So now we have to start looking for exalted helmets as well. But for now, the slam that it has the highest priority is the LP1 Phantom Grip Ring that we want to add a flat health and health regen onto. And then the next one is the Vessel of Strife, where we want the same stat. We got one in our stash, we just need a Exalted Relic. And then hopefully, meanwhile, we can get a 1 LP for the Rise Embrace body armor. Because we also have a Summon Stormcrow skill level stat, tier 7, waiting in our stash. So immediately when we get the Rise Embrace 1 LP body armor, then we're heading to Julra in the Temporal Sanctum immediately. And that can happen in 1 minute, or it can happen in a couple of days. We don't know yet. But it does have a very high chance for 1 LP, so we should come across it soon, I hope. So here we get 12 vitality. Not what we're after. Got a strength there. Gonna hold on to that one. We're gonna try to... Oh, a 2 LP one. No Rise Embrace. But the funny thing here is that we actually do have an ace up our sleeves here. That I just remembered. And I'll soon show you what that ace is. Just first, Gerard is asking, hi, is this better than Stormcrow with lightning? No, it's not better by any means. At least we don't know for sure yet. I don't think it's necessarily any worse. I think there are pros and cons with it. When you turn them into Firecrows, you have to use this body armor, and it has a lot of buffs for the Spriggan, which we're also using here. At least that's the plan for now. And it also gives a lot of health gain on companion hit, which is a huge defensive layer because we will have 7 companions actually when we get to the endgame build, spamming their projectiles all the time. So this is a huge defensive buff for us, and it also has a very high minion increased damage here, and also extremely much health. So it's a great chess piece in itself. When it comes to lightning versus fire, the lightning crows have shock, which reduces lightning resistance and increase the chance for enemies to be stunned. So you will probably have a little bit more crowd control for the lightning version, where you can stun enemies, and possibly maybe some more damage with the shock. We don't know for sure yet. We do stack a lot of ignite stacks with our Firecrow, so that does quite a substantial amount of damage as well due to all the multiplicative damage we spec into their skill tree. So there's pros and cons with both versions. I think they might be somewhat equal. If not, then I'm not quite sure yet which one are the better, but we know for a fact that the lightning version is very good and shock is very good. So as I said in the build guide video before the season started, the main reason we're playing Firecrows is because it's cool. That's the main reason. There's no huge particular reason to go for Firecrows over Lightning Crows. Where were we? Yeah, we had an ace up our sleeves, right? Let's look at that ace. So, for all of you who have just joined the stream, we are trying to slam added health and added health regen tier 7 onto this ring, like we've done with this one. So this is a perfect roll. It couldn't be better. We have struggled to find a similar roll now. We've tried to Rune of Havoc all of these rings to get the tier 7 stat onto the health regen and health stat without any luck. But then I was thinking, okay, so we have these 1 LP rings as well. It has 1% less base mini critical strike chance, this one. This one is just in the bank for safety, unless in case we need the increased minion health. And then I was thinking, we do have this one. That's a tier 7 health and health regen stat. It's a weak roll. That's why I didn't slam it onto a ring. But I was thinking, we're spending so much time now trying to get this perfect roll, so why not just downgrade our ring with -1 minion critical strike base chance just to get this health regen and health onto there so that we can progress our gear farming further and go for the Vessel of Strife up next. So I think we'll actually do that. And then in the end, we can always farm a better roll and slam it onto this ring. But for now, I think that's the best way to go. we get like 24 health less and 5 health regen less than a perfect roll, which is not a substantial difference. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're finished with the rings for now, and we can move on to farming our Vessel of Strife relic so that we finally get ward per second based on our health regen, which will crank up our survivability quite a lot. And we can build from there. So we'll pay Julera a visit. We're gonna slam this one on this one. And the reason we're not slamming it on this one is that this has 1% more base critical strike chance than this one. So it's a basically perfect roll for us. And we don't want to waste that roll on a subpar tier 7 stat. That's why we're adding it to this one instead. It only has 1% less base critical strike chance for minions, so it's not a huge downgrade. It's actually an upgrade all in all, because we'll get all of that health and health regen as well. And then whenever at the end we can farm a better roll and slam it onto this one, but that will at least give us an upgrade, and we can progress further to focus on the Vessel of Strife relic. And maybe we even get one relic now as well.
I will have it. Escape! Sapphire waters!
Didn't get a relic this time. Did get a health regen per second amulet. That's pretty nice. But it's not what we're after on our amulet when we get there, but so now we're gonna slam this one. So this is the almost perfect ring merged together with the almost perfect ring. That will at least give us an upgrade in total and let us focus on the Vessel of Strife relic instead, so that we don't bang our head against the wall for 24 health and 5 health regen. So this is it. We're going to seal the cache. Maybe we'll get a critical success. And it adds some dodge rating as well. Who knows? There we have it. That's awesome. That's an upgrade for us. Stinky Skills. Hello, how are you? How do you like the crow, man? I like the crow very much. And they look pretty cool. They're converted to fire. Someone likes to call them laser turkeys. Someone calls them fried chicken. But at least I really like their animations. Especially their basic attack animations are really awesome, I think. And yeah, so now we're going to focus on... I actually think we're going to focus on farming Exalted Relics now. So we're going to buy those from the Circle of Fortune. And then we're going to farm Rise and Brace meanwhile from unique body armor rewards. So now we're going to switch focus here. So now we're going for Exalted Relics. And we want the same stat for our relic. Added health and health regen. And we don't want any timeline boss requirement. Unless it's the Formosus boss. So we're gonna buy this one. For sure. So we'll get 20 relics from this one. Just need some more favor. So just a quick second here. Checking something. All right. Hello, Necrotin. Nice to see you today. How are you? Hope you're enjoying Season 4. We're farming Exalted Relics and unique body armors. Necrotin, you can't choose a class. Is that what's stopping you? You just have to ask yourself what you like playing. So, first thing I would ask is kind of, do you like more melee-based builds, magic-based builds, ranged builds? Fast builds, slow builds.
Take care. Yes.
Hello, Grimax. Nice to see you. I'm really new to last Epoch. Is this build possible for new players, or do you need a bit of experience? Just trying to find a build to try out for a new player. Good question. So this build requires you to use some buttons here and there. It's not a one button build. So the rotation basically is use Stormcrow, Crowstorm, and then immediately use Frenzy Totem to refresh Crowstorm again. And then use Crowstorm, and in between use Swipe. Because that will also trigger Crowstorm. Although it's a bug with Swipe at the moment where it only triggers it for one of the animations. It's actually a known bug to the developers, so they're aware about it. So let's hope they fix it pretty soon. And if they fix it, then this build will be much more OP than it is at the moment. Because now we're only triggering the companion hit, the companion skill on every second hit. But yeah, you can definitely play this as a beginner. Just have to learn the combo. It's not a very complex combo. Crowstorm, Frenzy Totem, Crowstorm, Swipe. And then in between, spam Tempo Strike to stack minion spell damage buffs. So yeah, I tried to explain it in the build guide video on my channel page. It's in the last Epoch Season 4 playlist, quite high on my channel page if you want to check it out. So I explain everything there, and you can evaluate if it sounds like a build for you. But at least I think it's very fun to play. And we're going to go down here to take the Unclaimed Trove, maybe get some imprints dropping from the lost caches.
The window opens.
Rune of Havoc. That will come in handy for our Exalted Relics. We can imprint this one. Hopefully we can get LP now. And we're gonna do the Omen window and then leave. Yeah, so the gear we're farming... So, I mean, the Rise and Brace body armor can drop from any random drop, so you don't have to farm a specific timeline for it. The reason we're farming this timeline is because this timeline has unique body armor rewards, which are exclusive to this timeline. So that's why we're farming here, to capitalize on that. But apart from that, this can drop from anywhere. The Raven's Rise gloves are the same. They can also drop from everywhere. But those also we target farm from another timeline because it has unique glove rewards. And then these are fairly common. Can drop from everywhere. This is a primordial item. You can only buy that from the Scarven Bloodhorn NPC character in the Primal Hunt mechanic or in the Garden of the Ancient Era, the town there. And then you have these unique axes are also common drops, same for this one. So the only thing is maybe the Vessel of Strife relic, which is bound to Julra, which is the boss of the Temporal Sanctum dungeon of the highest tier, which can be a challenge to farm, which is kind of mandatory for this build in terms of survivability, if you want to push it really far. So I think that's kind of the only thing that you have to keep in mind. And also the amulet we're going for in the end only drops from Aberoth or Uberoth, which are pinnacle bosses, so that's also hard to come by, but up until then you can use, for instance, this one, which has corrupted to all skills, or even the Logus Hunger Amulet, which is much easier to farm, which is actually in the endgame build planner. So I think, to sum up, the only kind of mandatory piece that is somewhat like really hard to farm potentially for new players is the Vessel of Strife relic from the Julra boss in the Temporal Sanctum dungeon. But even that boss isn't like extremely hard. Not even close, I would say, if you just learn the mechanics. You're very welcome, Grim. Just let me know if you have any more questions. Two LP.
Yes.
So we do have a Rise and Brace in the Nemesis now. Hopefully we can get some LP on it. And I think we can afford the Relic Prophecy now. So Exalted Relics are highest up on our list to farm at the moment. Like target farm and then the Rise and Brace body armor from the timeline. So this is the one. It'll give us 20 relics. So we're gonna try to farm that one. And I'm running the wrong way here. Just looking for unique body armor rewards. We're gonna play the Unclaimed Trove, I remember now. Hopefully we can trigger the Exalted Axe imprints from our Weaver tree. So this is the one we've imprinted for Lost Caches, which are these chests that there are a lot of in this echo. Strength. We never get LP on it. I wonder why. So strength is possibly like the second best stat. Or maybe increased health regen. But we basically just want LP. Because we're gonna slam summon Stormcrow stat onto it to get more skill levels. So these are relics dropping for the prophecy. I think that was it. New rogue set. B set. Actually, we're gonna save this one too. So we don't really have any of the rewards we're after now. Might want to reset the Echo Web soon. But we can try to go down here and see what that brings us. Just some strength on there. We can corrupt it. That's actually an upgrade. We corrupted it. Got some increased health there as well. Cannot imprint it. But we're gonna wear it. And did we just get less health? Yeah, we had 13, right? Yeah. So now we can try to corrupt this one as well. There it is. Tier 1 mana. But then, does this apply as a 2 LP? Nope. So corrupted items cannot be imprinted. Rune of Havoc. So this is a pretty good leveling axe. So that's why we're keeping that one. Because let's face it, this won't be our final build for Season 4. Let's check our relic prophecy. Relic prophecy is gone, which means we want to buy a new one. So this is great. Got a new relic prophecy. And I just want to check the ones we got. So all of these should be tier 7, right? Yep. So what we're after is this one. The flat health region and health region stats. So if we use a Rune of Havoc on this one, we might be lucky. And I think we do have one at least. We got 3 actually, so fingers crossed. And we got it immediately, and it's almost a perfect roll, so we're not going to touch that one. Not at all. I'm not going to use Rune of Refinement for 2 health. So the perfect roll would have been 135 health and 25 health region. Now we got 133 health. That's 2 health less than a perfect roll. 1 Rune of Havoc. We just bought Relic prophecies. But anyway, that's fine. We got a perfect roll almost. And we're going to immediately go to the Temporal Sanctum dungeon to craft it. So just for fun, in case we get a critical success while doing it, we will try to get strength on here. Not so lucky. Okay, and we'll just push this one up. So basically why we did that is because you can get a critical success while slamming unique weapons, which means that you'll also get a secondary stat as well. So it can become a 2 LP. And we want to be prepared if that happens as much as we can. It's very rare that that happens, but it has happened to me once. Actually on a Phantom Grip Ring, when I played the Sentinel Minion build, the Forged Weapons build. I actually got a critical success on the Phantom Grip Ring when slamming a 1 LP. Alright, so now we're just gonna do Jewel here. And I got a little bit too cocky into the void beams there.
Escape it! So much to learn.
Got a nice helmet there. Tier 7 increased health. It's not what we're after for a helmet. We're after strength. Alright, so we have to get our Vessel of Strife relic. So this has a perfect roll. 1 LP obviously, and then you got 30% of health regen also applies to ward, so it's a perfect roll there. The ward retention is okay. And all the other stats we don't care about. So we're gonna use that one. Lose one skill point to all our skills. But we're gonna get them back when we get the Nihilist amulet from Aberoth. Alright. So this is the one we want. Slammed onto here. Health regen and health. And there we have it. So you can see our ward is starting to go up. Because we get ward per second based on our health regen. So suddenly we now have quite a lot of ward on top of our health. And this will just increase as we go along. We'll stack much more strength, which also increases our health regen based on the threshold bonus of the Beastmaster passive node, which we'll take up next. If not, then we'll just respec 1 point. So yeah, that's the plan for the next point. I think actually we're gonna respec 1 point just to get it now because we got the relic. And then the health regen and the ward should go up. So we'll take 1 point from the minion leech. This one. And then we'll put it in here. And now we don't even have as much strength as we're gonna have for this build. We're hoping to push to around 100 strength. But at least around 80. We're kind of the endgame build planner. So now we'll get like 130-ish % increased health regen with this one. So we should see the health regen go substantially up here. And also, so we have 451 health regen, 1200 ward. See the ward skyrockets. The health regen goes up to 200 more. So only from that passive point we got 200 more health regen and around 300 more ward. That's a well-spent passive point. So yeah, this cranked up our survivability to extreme levels compared to where we were. We're gonna build our health regen further, but that's not our top priority now. We have a decent pool. Obviously, for the kind of aspirational stuff, we wanted to be at around 1,000 or even higher. So we'll get like double the amount of ward that we have now. And keep in mind that when we continue to increase strength, our intelligence will also increase because of our Cleave Resolution Axe that ensures that our intelligence is equal to our strength. And intelligence will give us ward retention along the way, which will just boost even more the ward we already have. So we'll just see the ward go up as we get even more strength, which is awesome. And then we're going to enchant these two idols with ward per second as well. And then we'll see the ward hopefully coming to above 2000 soon when we do those things, which is awesome. And for the aspirational build planner, we're possibly looking at around 3000 maybe, and even more health. Ideally, maybe up to 1k more health. So now the next kind of main prioritized thing here is to get 1 LP on Riot's Embrace to get the +4 to Stormcrow skill levels. And now we lost the point here. We don't want to lose that one. So I think we'll respec maybe this one, just to get this one back until we get Nihilist, the amulet, and also the Riot's Embrace body armor, which will give us 5 more skill points in total. Let's see here. We're also going to remove some health from the Spriggan to get that point over here instead. And let's see this one. I think we'll just keep as is. We lost 1 point from this one, but we'll get that one back as well. So we just boosted our survivability quite a lot. I think we are ready to push even more corruption soon. Hopefully up to at least 500. And we're going to farm more unique body armor rewards. That's the main priority. And also turn our focus to exalted helmets, because we do have 1 LP of this helmet lying in our stash. So that's the plan coming up next. For now, we're ending the stream. I have to go eat some dinner. And I want to say thank you to all for joining today. It's been a blast. If you enjoyed the stream, please feel free to hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys later.